Good morning, those who've come down to watch the hovercraft racing at Warily bright and early this morning. We are in the break at the moment. First 11:30. So if you've come down to the paddock area to have a look around, you've got, let's see, 5 minutes for sure, 10 minutes maximum before you need to leave the area. Right, ladies and gentlemen, members of the public, again welcome to the racing here at Warily again today. And for those of you that were here yesterday and lived local, I asked you to bring along some better weather today. And you did! Well done. Thank you very much. Right, we're 5 minutes away from the craft coming out onto the grid, so any members of the public that are in the paddock area, can you start making your way back in the next couple of minutes to the public viewing area so that we can get the craft out onto the grid. First race will be at 11:30, and that is going to be the novice race. Right, just a few minutes away from getting the craft out onto the grid. So any members of the public in the paddock area, this is a final warning. Can you please make your way back to the public viewing area now, as the craft will be coming out onto the grid very shortly. So final reminder, any members of the public in the paddock area, can you now please make your way back to the public viewing area. Now, if the programme runs to plan today, there will be another break later on. So if you've missed going into the paddock now, don't panic too much. Hopefully there will be a break later on. But obviously, as with all these things, it all depends whether everything goes to plan. Have I got... Right, that sounds like the siren, so that is the board for 10 minutes for the first race, so the novices will be coming out onto the grid fairly shortly. So with the novices, they are, well, pretty self-explanatory. These are new drivers. Some of them are well into their racing. Yes, the novices have to do 15 races before they can qualify up, and quite a few of them now well into those 15 races. There are some drivers out there that are re-qualifying. One of those yesterday was Jess Lucas in number 87. She's actually a former junior world champion, but led a licence lap, so she's re-qualifying. And the format for this race slightly different to the other main formulas. With the novice race, they will race for 10 minutes. And at the end of the 10 minutes, they will get the last lap board and do one extra lap. The other bit of information regarding the novices, they are allowed to use any of the main Formula craft apart from the Formula 1s. So tends to be a mix of the Formula 3s, Formula 50s, Formula 2s and the Formula 35s. So just mentioning the fact this is a 10 minutes plus 1 lap race, all the rest of the formulas will be racing for a straight 8 laps. So first up on the grid is Matt Gifford. He's a previously qualified driver, so I'm not sure whether he's got to do his full qualification again or not, but he's up there on the front row, number 216, and he's in a Formula 35. Dropping into the second row, number 157, that's a Formula 3. Again, that's another previously qualified driver, Martin Locke. Dropping into the second row there, the white craft with the blue duct, number 214. Richard Wilkinson, complete new driver this weekend, and he's driving a Formula 35. having dropped into row 3. The pink and white craft, 110, that is Ree Black. Again, a previously qualified driver and I think what I'm saying, junior UK champion. And dropping into second spot on the front row there, just dropping in there now, number 87 is Jess Lucas, again a previously qualified driver and a previously world champion junior. She's led a licensed laps and has got to go through the whole qualification process again. And so that's the front row complete. Dropping into the second row now is 179 Chris Gruber in a Formula 3. Jess Lucas, by the way, is a Formula 50, as is Ree Black in 110. She's also in a Formula 50. The third row, we got 166 Barry Barnes, and he's running a Formula 3. Alongside him is I think that's 161, Luke Burke. So 10 craft on the grid for this novice race. Now, if memory serves me right, number 91, Nathan Collins, who's the pole setter in a Formula 50, in that green and black craft, tied, I think, equal points with Jess Lucas after yesterday in that number 87 craft. But by virtue of the fact that Nathan won the last race, that puts him in pole position. Right, there's another craft dropped onto the back there, and I can't see the number, so I'll have to wait for that one to come past. 2 minutes away from the start now. 2 minutes, 10 minutes plus 1 lap for this race. Right, 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Here we go, all starting on a flag and we're away. Well, Nathan Collins in 91 inched away into the lead for a few moments, but it's now Jess Lucas, number 87, that takes the lead and goes into the Matt Gifford. We've got a late starter coming out, and that is actually a qualified driver, Jamie Lewandon, 53, so he may be putting in a few laps, probably missed his practice this morning and got special permission to go out with the novices. So we won't worry about him at the back there. So onto the water for the first time as they run through. It is 87 Jess Lucas, 91 Nathan Collins in second, third is 216 Matt Gifford, fourth is 120 Robert Sweetman, then 214 Richard Wilkinson, then 179 Chris Gruber, 151. Oh, well, that's 151. That is. I've lost the number at the moment. Wait for that one to come through. Ah, 151 was Mark Olner. So around the paddock turn for the leader, number 87 Jess Lucas, just got a small lead now on Nathan Collins, number 91. Then the gap opening up to third place, 216 Matt Gifford, he comes out of the water there. Well, the leader already catching the tail enders. Martin Locke, 157, about to be caught by the leader as they go around the paddock turn. So with 3 minutes gone, the leader goes through. Still Jess Lucas, number 87. Looks as though she's got this race under control now. Second is still Nathan Collins, number 91. Coming through the line now, 216 Matt Gifford in a comfortable third. Quite a gap now to full spot. And that is 120 Robert Sweetman. Just coming through the line now. And in fifth spot, just gone through, 214 Richard Wilkinson. Sixth, just coming across the lines, 179 Chris Gruber, then Reed Black in 110, then 166 Barry Barnes. And here comes the leader again. Through the line, 87 Jess Lucas, so 44. Martin Tommy goes a lap down on the leader. Martin Locke just coming around the paddock turn there, the green craft, he's already gone a lap down. He's well, I thought he was in last place. It looks as though we've lost Mark Olner somewhere. So with 5 minutes gone, the leader comes through. It's still Jess Lucas, 87. .91 just going past there is Nathan Collins in second. And third, just crossing the line now, is 216 Matt Gifford. So with 6 minutes gone, 4 minutes before we see that last lap board, running through the list as it is at the moment, we've got the leader is 87 Jess Lucas, second is 91 Nathan Collins, third is 216 Matt Gifford, fourth is 120 Robert Sweetman, fifth is 214 Richard Wilkinson, sixth is 110 Ree Black, seventh is 179 Chris Gruber, 8th is 166 Barry Barnes, 9th is 44 Martin Tommy, 10th is 157 Martin Locke, and 11th Mark Onger, I think he's already dropped out, 151. So just over 7 minutes gone now. The leader goes through, still with that comfortable lead and opening up that lead now. Collins is just going around the paddock turn now. Well, looking around the track, there doesn't appear to be any real battles going on. I'm looking at... oh no, there is one battle going on, and that's for the lower places. That is between 179 and 166. They've just gone round the tree at the top of the field. They're just coming down to the drop onto the water very shortly. So that's 179 Chris Gruber and 166 Barry Barnes. They're battling for 7th spot. Well, having talked about the battle between 179 Chris Gruber and 166 Barry Barnes, we seem to have lost Barry Barnes somewhere. And looking for the leader, number 87 Jess Lucas, about to drop onto the water very shortly. The red and white craft there, the last lap board, looks like she's going to get that the next time through. There we go, the leader goes through, number 87, Jess Lucas, 1 lap to go now. Second spot just coming through now is Nathan Collins, number 91. And third spot is Matt Gifford, and he's just about to drop onto the water now, number 216. So almost a lap down on the leader, who's just dropping onto the water now, number 87, Jess Lucas. And here we go, the checkered flag is up. And it goes down for Jess Lucas, number 87. She takes the win. Coming through in second spot, Nathan Collins, number 91. Still waiting for third, and that is going to be Matt Gifford, who just dropped onto the water now, number 216. So 216 Matt Gifford takes third, fourth goes to 120 Robert Sweetman, fifth goes to 214 Richard Wilkinson, sixth goes to 110 Ree Black, seventh goes to 179 Chris Gruber, eighth goes to 44 Martin Tommy, ninth goes to 166 Barry Barnes, 10th goes to 157 Martin Locke, and 11th goes to 151 Mark Olner. Right, coming out onto the grid now. Formula 50. This was originally designed for the Rotax 503 engine. It's an engine that's been around for many, many years. In fact, decades. And it's out of production by the original manufacturer, but it's now being manufactured by another company, and I believe in Russia. They are only allowed to run this engine pretty much in its standard format, so no special exhaust, no special carburetors. There is a certain amount of modifications they can do to the engine, which is they can, what we call free air cool it. That's where they take the cooling fan off and turn the heads around to get the natural air to cool the engine. That does produce a little bit more power. They're only allowed to use one fan to provide lift and thrust. Some will run the engine down low, the right way up, and drive through a belt system. Some will run with the engine up in the air through a small gearbox, such as you'd see on a microlight. And two of those are now on the front row, number 70 Matt Foster and 74 Lee Willars. The pole sitter, however, number 52 Conrad Beale, the all-yellow craft there, opting to have the engine down low and drive through a belt system. We're still waiting for second spot. And I'm trying to think who that would be. Right, it's Ricky Goosey that we're waiting for. He's coming out in the same craft that Jess Lucas has just used. So second row, 106, Sarah Gill. Also on the second row. So 62, James Lindburn. Dropping into that front row, Ricky Goosey, number 81. Third row, we've got 95, Darren Clark. 63, Doug Lindburn. Then we got, I think that's one. I've got to check the number now. I think it's Jeff Sweetman. I think that's 136. I'm not totally sure. Then we've got 55, Michael Lambert in the orange and black craft there. That completes row 3. Row 4, we've got number 99, Rachel Gifford. 77, Will Barnes in the green and predominantly green craft. And then I think that's Oh, that could be 93 Soul Wiggin in number 4, row 4. Then we've got 94 on the last row, Dominic Bowen and John Cotton 111. Just dropping into the second row is 112, Hannah Deacon. That craft's just been out in the novice race being driven by Reed Black. So we are now 2 minutes away from the start. So we're now into the sequence of races where they're all 8 laps. And looks like we've got 16 craft on the grid. We're now 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away, and it's Conrad Bill 52 that's off first. 70 Matt Foster trying to sneak in there in second, and a bit of push in there between him and Ricky Goosey. They're both trying to fight for that second spot still as they go into the chicane. They're still side by side. I think it's going to be Matt Foster that comes through into second spot. Ricky Goosey back on the inside to... No, he's not going to quite make it, but he is on the inside for the next turn. And they're still going at it for that second spot, but it is Conrad Beale that is the leader at the moment. Number 52 as he drops onto the water. Second on the water is Matt Foster, number 70, then Ricky Goosey, 81, then 74, Lee Willars, then 106, Sarah Gill, then 63, Doug Lindburn, then 62, James Lindburn, 55, Michael Lambert, 112, Hannah Deacon, 95, Darren Clark, 77, Will Barnes, 130, Jeff Sweetman, 94, Dominic Bowen, 93, Sol Wiggin, 99, Rachel Gifford, 111, John Cotton brings up the rear. Well, the front runners already starting to spread out, but there's a real battle going on for the second half of the field. Well, Matt Foster, number 70, I think that initial move to get that second spot has proved quite critical. He's now pulling away very slightly from Ricky Goosey. Now that might all change when they start running into traffic, which will be on the next lap or two, I suspect. And full spot is still Lee Willars, number 74. He's still being chased by Sarah Gill in 106. As they run up the hill there towards the chicane. Oh, Will Barnes, stopped momentarily going through the chicane, so I think that's lost in some places. There's still lots of fights going on for those last places. And there's a group of about 5 or 6. They drop onto the water now, but the leader is already coming into that group. Number 52, Conrad Bill, the all-yellow craft. So Will Barnes goes a lap down, as does John Cotton in 111. Sol Wiggin, 93, moves to one side and lets the leader through. The leader now coming round the paddock turn and goes through the line. We're now midpoint in the race, 4 laps gone. Oh, Ricky Goosey got his hand up. Ricky Goosey in 3rd spot has pulled off to one side and looks as though he may be returning back to the paddock. So we've lost our 3rd place man, Ricky Goosey, number 81. It is now Lee Willard, 74, that moves up into 3rd. A long way back from 2nd spot. Lee has still got 106 Sarah Gill in within striking distance. Looking back to 2nd spot, Matt Foster has popped a segment on that front right corner. That shouldn't really be a problem. He's got a comfortable 2nd. As long as he keeps it clean, he should be okay. So 5 laps completed now. So the front runners really having to work hard now to get through the back markers. This is where things can all change, but the 1st and 2nd well split at the moment. 3rd just coming across the line now is 74 Lee, but that will change. 5th just coming across now is number 63 Doug Lindburn, and he's got his son James Lindburn, 62, behind there. So that battle is for 5th spot. We've got one car stopped on the water section. I can't quite see who it is at the moment. And that's Rachel Gifford, number 99, so she's stopped at the moment on the water. She's got power, but not pulling away. And she's being pulled off the water there onto the bank. Right, round the paddock turn, the all-yellow craft, the leader, number 52, Conrad Bill. The last lap board is now up, so 1 lap to go. And looks as though he's half a lap up now on 2nd spot. Matt Foster, number 70, is just coming around the paddock turn and about to cross the line. So Matt Foster, number 70, in 2nd spot and a comfortable 2nd. 3rd spot, Lee Willard, 74. 4th spot, Sarah Gill, 106. Just losing some ground there, coming around that paddock turn. Getting past one of the back markers, 94, Dominic Bowen. Right, the checkered flag is there, waiting for the leader. And winner of the race, number 52, Conrad Bill. Second goes to Matt Foster, number 70, just crossed the line now. And 3rd, well, it looks like it's going to be Lee Willard, 74, 106, Sarah Gill. Close that gap down on that last lap, but not close enough to mount a challenge. So 3rd spot goes to Lee Willard. He even gives a wave to his family as he crosses the line. 4th goes to Sarah Gill, 106. 5th, just coming round the paddock turn now, is going to be Dad, 63, Doug Lindburn, and then son, 62, James Lindburn, comes in just behind in 6th spot. 7th, well, they've already gone through the line. 7th will go to 55, Michael Lambert. 8th goes to 77, Will Barnes. 9th goes to 112, Hannah Deacon. 10th goes to 95, Darren Clark. 11th goes to 130, Jess Sweetman. 12th goes to 93, Sol Wiggin. 13th goes to 94, Dominic Bowen. 14th goes to 111, John Cotton. 15th goes to 99, Rachel Gifford. And 16 goes to 81. And this is saying Bernie Hook, but I suspect that was Ricky Goosey. Right, that's our Formula 50s finished. We are now into the race where we're going to have two formulas coming out together. The Formula 3s will be lining up on the front of the grid, and the Formula 35s will be lining up further back. So the Formula 3s, up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. The Formula 35s, they run industrial 4-stroke engines, air-cooled, and they are all running twin-engine setup, but they have to split the 35 horsepower that they're allowed to use over those two engines. And they are restricted in the speed of their fans, so you will notice a difference in the reduction in noise as those F35s come past. I'm going to try and keep track of both the formulas as they're going around. Right, so coming to the grid, pole sitter for the race is number 142, Phil Hall. He's the clear leader at the moment. Second spot should be 136, and today I believe it's going to be Daniel Sweetman. And I think his dad has just been out in the same cross, so they're switching numbers and a quick splash and dash, I think, in the paddock. Then we got Nigel Wharton in third spot, 149, and fourth spot is 171, David Otter. Now, coming into this race, the points accumulated yesterday, second and third spot are equal points, and just 1 point behind is David Otter in 171. So all very tight for second through to fourth. Second row, we got 173, Mark Allman, in a very old craft, and we've got some members here today that have managed to escape Wales to come along and look. They're not picking up on my commentary here. It's a wooden hull, which you don't tend to see these days, and that's 173 Mark Allman. I think that that craft goes back something like 20 odd years, and he's on the second row. Alongside him is 161. And that is Luke Burke, and then alongside is 176 Ian Finch. So that's row 2 complete. Then in the third row we got 177 Andy Folland, who wasn't out yesterday, so it's his first race for the weekend. So that's Formula 3s. Then the Formula 35s. Then we go to 35s further back. Pole sitter for the race is Zoe Deacon, 201. Alongside is 205. I'm looking for the driver, and I've got a sneaky suspicion it's Josh Daly. And third spot is 202, Philip Tassel. And fourth spot on the front row is Catherine Gifford in 206. She's just been out in number 99 in a different craft in that Formula 50 race, so she's all warmed up and ready to go. And then second row we've got 212, and that is Keith Lovell, I believe. Right, so the 2-minute board is up. The Formula 3s will go off first. There'll be a short delay, 5-10 seconds, then the Formula 35s will go off. So 8 Formula 3s and 5 Formula 35s. Right, so 1 minute away from the start. go. We're on the lights. Oh, first away is 142 Phil Hall, but then it's side by side 136. Daniel Sweetman just giving a bit of a nudge there to Nigel Walton, so he's down in fourth at the moment. David Otter 171 slips into second spot as they go up through the chicane. The Formula 35 is now away, and 201 Zoe Deacon just easing ahead of 205. Josh Daly, then 202 Philip Tassel, 206 Rachel Gifford, then 212 Keith Lovell. Back to the Formula 3s, just dropping onto the water first is Phil Hall, 142. Then it is Daniel Sweetman, 136. And now up into third spot is 149 Nigel Walton, and then 176 Ian Finch, and David Otter, who was in second. Obviously round the chicane section and round that top tree has dropped a whole load of bucket of paces, and it is now into fifth spot. So the tail ender in the Formula 3s, Mark Allman, number 173, being passed by the leader of the Formula 35s, 201 Zoe Deacon, who's, well, I was about to say in first spot. Yes, she is in first spot. And 205, Josh Daly with a problem, is dropped to one side at the chicane turn. Looks as though, no, he's out of the race. He's gone round the back of the catch netting. So Josh Daly out of the race, number 205. So the leader, Phil Hall, drops onto the water. The red and white craft, 142, is away and clear. Second spot is still Daniel Sweetman, number 136, but still within striking distance is Nigel Walton in 149, who's just dropping onto the water now, and also within striking distance is still David Otter in 171. Then not far behind is Andy Folland in 177. Just dropping onto the water now. So 3 laps completed by the leader. He's just gone through. 142 Phil Hall. That's for the Formula 3s. The leader of the Formula 35's just dropped onto the water now. That's 201 Zoe Deacon, and she's pulling out a little bit of a lead now on 202 Philip Tatsel, who's in second spot, and not far behind is 206 Rachel Gifford. So the leader of the Formula 3 is 142. Phil Hall goes through the line. 4 laps completed now. He's just about to pass third place 206 Rachel Gifford in the Formula 35s. He's just holding station as he goes into the chicane. I suspect he'll pass her any moment now as they come out. There we go. Rachel Gifford just swinging to one side. Phil Hall just sneaks her on the inside round the big tree at the top of the field there. Well, for the Formula 3s, 136, Daniel Sweetman seems to be in a reasonably comfortable second spot. Third spot is, well, that's still under... I say undecided. 149 Nigel Walton is lost that third spot. He's let David Otter 171 through, but he's regained that third spot. So Nigel Walton swinging wide. David Otter took the inside line, dropped onto the water, but then couldn't carry on to stay going on round the paddock turn. David Otter alongside. Oh dear, they've made contact. Nigel Walton just on the inside of the trap. I don't think that'll be a problem. So the leader comes round the paddock turn, 142, Phil Hall. Comes round to complete 6 laps. I'm looking at that battle that's going on for the third spot in the Formula 3s round the big tree at the top of the field. There's still Nigel Walton, 149, then 171, David Otter. And again, Nigel Walton swings wide and leaves the door open. David Otter goes through and takes the inside line and gets it completely wrong. Swings wide and goes into the tree. And, well, he's made a right dog's dinner of that, because now Andy Folland, 7177, has moved up into 4th spot. So David Otter cutting through on the inside, took the line too tight, swung through and hit the tree, and he's still stuck in the tree there. So Nigel Walton now in a clear third, 149, and got a small gap to 4th place, 177, Andy Folland, who's just coming across the line now. Looking at the Formula 35s. Well, that has all changed whilst I've been focusing on the Formula 3s. The leader of the Formula 35s is now Philip Tatchell, who's coming round the paddock turn now. Second is 206 Rachel Gifford. And then third is Zoe Deacon, 201. So something happening on the last couple of laps where she's gone from first to third. Right, I've already missed the last lap board. The leader of the Formula 3 is just hopping onto the water now. He's just come round the paddock turn, and the checkered flag will be waiting for him. There we go, the winner of the Formula 3s, 142 Phil Hall. Well, we've lost Mark Allman, 173 on track. And I think we've also lost Ian Finch on track as well, 176. The leader and winner of the race for the Formula 35 has just gone through. That's Philip Tassel, 202. Rachel Gifford comes through in second for the Formula 35s in 206. Third coming through the line now is, oh, there we go, 201 Zoe Deacon. She's had to come in together with somebody. The one of the rudders flapping loose. The second spot, Formula 3s, 136, Daniel Sweetman's gone through. And third spot goes to 149 Nigel Walton, and just behind in fourth spot 177 Andy Folland. Right, I'll try and run down the rest of the positions. Formula 35s I'll do first. So we've done the first 3. Fourth will go to 212 Keith Lovell. 205 Josh Daly, getting no points at all. He must have dropped out on the first lap. So coming back to the Formula 3s, so we've done fourth spot, 177 Andy Folland. Fifth will go to 171 David Otter. Sixth will go to 186 Bob Beach. Then we got 161 Luke Burke. Then 173 Mark Allman, and then 176 Ian Finch. Right, okay, we're now into Formula 1. Unlimited capacity. Oh, David Otter's I didn't spot that. He's looking over the hedge properly. He's just crossed the line and stopped. So David Otter, if you're going to break down, that's the best place to do it, just after the finish line. The Formula One's coming out onto the grid now, unlimited capacity. I think we just got the 3 runners. Pole sitter for the race will be Dan Turnbull, number 1. Second spot will be Darren Wallace, number 7, and then number 6, Simon Larman. Unlimited capacity, the thrust will be somewhere in the region of 180 horsepower plus, and then the lift engine on top of that. So those Formula Ones just waiting to come onto the grid. The David Otter incident, well, looks like the drivers, he's crossed the line. I just realised that the driver is out of the craft, so medics just attending to him down there. So the marshal's just holding the Formula Ones until they've dealt with the driver there. So whilst we're waiting, for those members of the public out on the field there, up on the bank, don't forget, up in the top car park we've got the ice cream van. There's a bit of a queue there, but nothing too much. And further along we got the snack wagon, which is doing all sorts of food and hot and cold drinks. So that's up there in the top car park. Now, the programme, we've got the F1s coming up now. We've got the F2s after, then the juniors, then the open race. And then, all things being equal, we should have a paddock break, at which point you'll be able to have a wander around and have a look around before we go into the second block of racing. Now, if you've come along to watch the racing today and you want to get more information, then you can go to our main club website, the National Club, at www.hovercraft.org.uk, and you'll find a wealth of information there about the club as a whole. There's not just the racing side, there's the cruising side as well, and obviously all sorts of various aspects within the racing side that you can get involved in. You'll see a whole load of team of marshals down there, supplied by the club. The radios they use, again, all supplied by the club. And you'll probably see, looking down there as they're all lined up, there's a fair sprinkling of men and women. Now also, what we're also doing, and we've been doing for a few years now, is we're putting out a live feed through the internet of the racing. So we've got many people around the world that are logged in watching. See if I can get some feedback as to what the furthest distance around the world. Have we got any? Do we know who's watching? No. It could be that the Americans haven't woken up yet, but we are beaming this out around the world. And so if there's any future events, our next one is at Tamworth, which is further up north, and that's in 2 weeks' time. If you can't make that, but you fancy watching, you can always do that online. It's free. And if you go to the main club website, again at www.hovercraft.org.uk, and there's a link there that will take you through to the live stream. You can also do the catch-up service. So if you want to even watch the replay of this weekend, you can do that. I'm not sure how long it'll be before the replay will be available. Apparently, well, technology has moved on. It used to be about a week, but it's now available online straight away. So it appears that you can even watch the last race. So there we go. That's technology moving on rather rapidly. Right, I've got a direct link here now that I can give you. It's www.hover-racing.org. So www.hover-racing.org. That's the direct link to the live feed. Oh, I've just spotted Andy Folland. Oh, oh, it is Andy Folland, wandering around the course, and he's obviously lost something vital. Oh, part of his helmet. Oh no. Which means he's got a floppy visor. Nothing worse than a floppy visor. Might have to be a technical adjustment with some gaffer tape. Well, I've just had a message passed to me. Mike Pinder, who's along there in the public viewing area, I assume, has passed a message to say hello to me. Hello, Mike. I hope you're enjoying the racing. Mike goes back right to the very early days and had his own company manufacturing hovercraft. And obviously this is a local event for him. So if you want to come along and see me, Mike, I'm up in the top car park in the Verse trailer. Where we've got our media suite where we're putting out the live feed of the racing and I'm doing the commentary from. Right, so David Otter is up and looks like a foot job. He's got his leg hanging over the edge of the trailer with no shoe and sock on, so that might be a nice packed job. So David Otter, no major or serious injury by the looks of it. So fingers crossed he may be okay for later on, but we'll have to keep an eye on that one. Right, so the Formula One's now coming out onto the grid.
You're doing a great job, Derek.
So as the engines quieten down for a moment, those F1s will go off the grid like lightning. I would imagine they will out-accelerate most road cars from a standing start. Darren Wallace has now got to, I've told him to work on that snapping of the throttle as the lights go green, because that's where Dan Turnbull was getting the jump on that first initial start. When that light goes green, it's who gets that throttle open the quickest. It's very much akin to the athletes getting out of the starting blocks. That initial start, all important. We're less than 2 minutes. We're 1 minute away from the start now. So 1 minute. There we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Well, Darren Wallace was pretty much there, but not quite quick enough for Dan Turnbull. So Darren Wallace moved a little bit on his snap that initial run to the first turn, and that's it. So Darren Wallace, he's got the sort of pace to keep up with the leader, number 1 Dan Turnbull, but whether he can mount a challenge is another matter. Simon Larman, number 6 there in third spot. I think he will settle for that third. Don't think he's got the pace to challenge the 2 front runners. So for the F1s, this is a very short course. On a longer course on the straights, they would be topping out at around about 80 mile an hour. And as you see, they do get a little bit aerodynamically unstable going around the turns, that rear end flicking up. They do have to control that. If it goes too far, you could be up and over before you realise. Fortunately, the wind today, well, there is no wind, so that's not going to play a factor in this race. Well, as the lap times go through, Dan Turnbull goes through with a 44.1. Darren Wallace goes through with a 44.5. So Darren losing 0.4 of a second on that last lap. And Simon Larman goes through with a 47.1. So 3 laps completed now. Dan Turnbull again goes through with a 44.1, absolutely consistent. 44.1 for the last 2 laps. Darren Wallace drops 0.1 of a second on that last lap to his previous lap, and loses half a second on that last lap to the leader. Well, Darren Wallace still pushing hard around the paddock turn there, really getting that rear end up as they cross the line. Oh, Dan Turnbull's, well, they've both posted their fastest lap of the race, and 0.2 of a second in it. So Dan Turnbull knows he's under pressure. He's just posted his fastest lap with half the race gone, with a 43.2. Darren Wallace posts a 43.4, so just 0.2 of a second between them on that last lap. Simon Larman also posting his fastest lap with a 46.8. Oh, Darren Wallace really getting that rear end up there. The problem is it's scrubbing off the speed and acting as a big air brake. Again, Dan Turnbull goes through with a 44.1. Darren Wallace goes through with a 44 seconds dead. So actually Darren Wallace closing the gap by 0.1 of a second on that last lap. Right, let's have a look at the times that comes through with 6 laps gone. Dan Turnbull again a 44.1. Again Darren Wallace 44 seconds exactly, so he's closed that gap again by another 0.1 of a second. With only 2 laps to go now, just under 2 laps. And last lap board goes out. And, well, Dan Turnbull's just posted his fastest lap of the race. He's really opening up that gap now with a 42.9. Darren Wallace, well, losing a little bit of ground there. He went through with a 44.4. So Simon Larman comes through in third spot, just crossed the line, number 6 there. Dan Turnbull goes through with a 45 seconds dead on that last lap, so we're just easing back very slightly, and an identical time by Darren Wallace also on that last lap. He comes through in second in that number 7 craft. So both of them on the same sort of pace, and it really is down to who gets off the line first. I think is going to determine possibly the outcome of the race. So again, Darren Wallace has got to get that throttle snapped open just that split second quicker. Onto the grid will be the Formula 2s. Up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. We'll also see some of the Formula 50s out there as they also qualify for this particular category. So dropping into pole position, just coming into there now, number 68, Justin Baines. Second spot already there, number 79, George Barnes. And then third spot, number 89, Peter Symes Thompson. And completing the front row, number 53, Jamie Lewington. Dropping there into fourth spot. Second row already there is 115. And I think that this time is Bronnie Black. She is running as a team this weekend with Hannah Deacon. Hannah's actually down there on the grid. One of the grid marshals just placing number 100 John Scriven there into place, that green craft with the black duct. Alongside him is number 62 James Lindburn. So that's the second row complete. Row 3 is 111 John Cotton. 127, just dropping into position now is Simon Francis. And just dropping into position now is number 94, Dominic Bowen. So 10 craft on the grid for this race. Again, 8 laps. So after this race, we've got the junior race Then the open race before we go into a break. Right, there we go. 2 minutes away from the start now of this Formula 2 race. 8 laps. So 1 minute away from the start, just a matter of interest. I think there's just one 4-stroke out there running, that's number 89, Peter Symes Thompson. All the rest running 2 strokes. Here we go, we're on the lights. Oh, Peter Symes Thompson, number 89, off to a great start there, dropped in the 2nd spot. And 3rd is 53, Jamie Lewandon. George Barnes, number 79, really getting caught out there, and he's currently in 4th spot. So, as they come out of the chicane, round the big tree, 68, 89, 79 now, 53, dropping back, Jamie Lewandon dropping 2 places there. So up in the 4th is 62, James Lindburn. Simon France is working his way up through the field and is now behind Jamie Lewandon, 53, as they drop onto the water. So as they run through the line is 68, Justin Baines, the leader. 89, Peter Symes Thompson is 2nd. 3rd is 79, George Barnes. 4th is 53, Jamie Lewandon. 5th is 127, Simon Francis. Then 62, James Lindburn. Then 100, John Scriven. 115, Bronny Black. Then 84, Mario Grandinetti. Then 111, John Cotton. So the leader already running across the water. The battle is still on for that 2nd spot. We've lost Jamie Lewandon is out. 53, Jamie Lewandon is out. So up in the 4th spot now is 127 Simon Francis, who was at the back of the grid, so really on the flyer. And looks like they may be closing that gap down to George Barnes, 79. I'll try and keep an eye on the lap times. So as the leader crosses the line, 68, Justin Baines, still the leader, 3 laps completed now. 2nd is still Peter Symes Thompson, number 89, then 79, George Barnes in hot pursuit, and George Barnes was the faster of the 2 on that last lap. He went through with a 51.3, Peter Symes Thompson went through with a 52.1, and Simon Francis went through with a 51.8. So round the paddock turn, Justin Baines, the leader, comes through to complete lap 4. The battle for 2nd, John Cotton going to get involved in that as a back marker. Both of them opting to swing round the outside. Peter Symes-Thompson, 89, still holds on to that second. He leans over the outside to keep that leading edge down. George Barnes really closing that gap down now in third spot. 0.1 of a second between the two as they went through. But Simon Francis went through with a 50.9, so he is closing that gap down to the second and third spot. So Simon Francis is closing that gap down very gradually. In fact, Simon Francis posted the fastest lap on that last lap. Right, round the paddock turn again. I'm looking for this battle for second. Again, the back markers. 84, Mario Grandinetti being passed by Peter Symes-Thompson on the inside. Number 89, George Barnes just dropping back very slightly, squeezes through on the inside again, closes that gap right down as they go up over the rise there. Into the chicane. There's traffic there in the chicane. Bronny Black, 115, is going to get caught up in that battle as they go round the big tree at the top of the field there. She moves to one side. Peter Symes-Thompson, 89, just opening up that gap very slightly. And again, I'm looking at the times, not a great deal on that last lap. Right, round the paddock turn, the leader comes through. 6 laps completed now. 68, Justin Baines with a 52.4. Peter Symes-Thompson, 89, goes through with a 52.2, so he has closed the gap down on the leader. George Barnes goes through in third spot with a 54.2. Simon Francis goes through with a 53.5. So Simon Francis is on the right pace. In the next race, he'll be further up on the grid, and that could be a great battle with the front runners. There could be a 4-way battle for the lead on the next race in this Formula 2s. The last lap board is now up for the leader. 68, Justin Baines, 1 lap to go now. The battle for second, here it comes. Peter Symes-Thompson, 89, still holding on to that second spot in that big 4-stroke, still being chased by the 2-stroke of George Barnes. George Barnes has just posted his fastest lap with a 50.5. Justin Baines posted the fastest lap of the race on that last lap with a 50 seconds exactly. 111, John Cotton's just ended up in the tree. Down on the drop onto the water. He's got away, hopefully. Yes, he's away. And hopefully he's going to get clear of this battle for the second spot. It's still Peter Symes-Thompson, number 89. The leader comes round. Justin Baines, number 68, crosses the line, takes the win. Oh, John Cotton is going to get involved in this scrap for the second spot. Is it going to be? Yes, it is. Peter Symes-Thompson, number 89, holds on to that second spot. George Barnes, so close, but not quite close enough in third spot, number 79. Coming through in fourth spot, number 127. He'll be happy he's finished. So I look forward to Simon Francis being further up the grid on that next race, because I can see a great battle, a 4-way battle, for those top 4 spots on that the next Formula 2 race later on this afternoon. Running down the rest of the field, in 5th spot was 62, James Limburn. He's just coming around the paddock turn now. 6th will go to 100, John Scriven. 7th will go to 115, Hannah Deacon, who's just gone through. Sorry, Bronny Black, not Hannah Deacon, Bronny Black. 8th will go to 84, Mario Grandinetti. 9th will go to 111, John Cotton. And 10th will go to 53, Jamie Lurndon, although he only did 1 lap, so no points there. Right, I need to rest my throat for a second. Next up are the juniors. Some more excitement to come up with the juniors. Aged 11, 16 years of age. And they are restricted obviously in what they can run. as a general guideline, they can use the Formula 3 specification craft or the Formula 50 in certain circumstances, and also the Formula 35s. Right, so Junior's coming up onto the grid now, and in the Formula 50s in the same craft. So Callum taking that pole position. He'll have his sister, number 3, coming out very shortly. She's just coming out of the paddock. Right, so we got Abby Bill dropping into that second spot. So we got brother and sister there in first and second on that front row. Dropped into fourth spot there. He's 16, Adam Turnbull. Watch out for Adam. He's definitely on the pace with the front runners. I think he blew a fan in the second race yesterday, so dropped points, which has put him into fourth spot. Third. Trying to think who should be in third spot. I can't think at the moment. Second row, we have got 165 already there in the middle, and that is Dylan Hutton. 166 has just dropped in there, Cameron Dawson Rose. And I think that's 151 in the second row, Kian Olner. Row 3, we've got 224, Niall Wilkinson. Then number 6, Jake Shaw. And then number 15 is one of the Bearwood drivers. And hopefully his number will pop up on the screen when the race goes on. Right, that's the 2-minute board, so 2 minutes away from the start. So they're doing exactly the same course, exactly the same number of laps as the adults, and there'll be just as much excitement. So, third spot is missing. I have a feeling that could well be, yes, I was just about to say Leah Clark. She's just turned up at the paddock exit. They've had problems with that, the engine in that craft. I think they changed the engine this morning, and Ian Finch dropped out in his Formula 3 race. And so Leah at the paddock exit, so she'll come out as a late starter. So just under 1 minute away from the start. So it looks like we've got 10 craft in this race, assuming Leah Clark gets out of the paddock cleanly. We're on the lights, here we go, and Leah Clark is still sat there. I'm not sure she's going to make it. So we're away, and it is Callum Beale, number 2, into the turn first, followed by Abby Beale, number 3, then Adam Turnbull, 16, then 6, Jake Shaw, 151, Kian Olner, then 165, Dylan Hutton, I think, then 166, Cameron Dawson-Rose. And then 15 at the Belwood College Craft, and then 224 Noah Wilkinson. Oh, we've lost Adam Turnbull. Adam Turnbull coming out of the water has got it wrong and is out of the craft. The race has been stopped. Adam Turnbull, number 16, exited the lake. Must have come a bad landing as he came out, and it's thrown him out of the craft. So Adam Turnbull, well, the race has been stopped. Right, so there will be quite clearly a rerun of this junior race. The open race will now get pulled forward. So I'd imagine the open race will be, they'll be pulling forward the open race drivers fairly shortly. Now, under normal circumstances, this race would be rerun directly after the next race, but we would then be going into a break, so I'll have to get an update from our race director on that once all this has been cleared and sorted. So, whilst we're waiting for that, don't forget the ice cream's up here, ice cream van, and there's very little queue there at the moment, so if you fancy an ice cream. And obviously a bit further along is the snack wagon. That's all up in the top car park. The snack wagon doing hot food, hot and cold drinks. Well, you see the how quick the reaction was by the marshals to that incident. All the marshalling points will have a radio, so once that red flag goes out at the point of the incident, there'll obviously be a visual pick up by the marshals around the course. The red flag has gone up, but there'll also be a call sign over the radio to all the marshals, so they all react to it instantly. And you'll notice all the drivers stop. Once they've seen that red flag, they stop wherever they are on the course, and they're now waiting the instructions from the marshals before they can move again. So you see quite a big team of marshals there. If you do want to get involved in the sport, and you don't necessarily want to race, quite quite clearly the marshing team is always looking for volunteers to help, even if it's only for a part of a weekend. If you can't make the whole weekend, all the orange gear is supplied by the club for you. The radio sets are all supplied by the club, and when the weather is inclement, like it was a bit yesterday, there's even wet gear for you. So that's one way of getting involved. We've also got the lap scorers up here in the race control unit. Now they're running a threefold system with the lap scoring. Actually, number 2 you see down on the start-finish line there has got what looks like an orange beacon on the top of the duct. It's not a light at all. It's a transponder, and it sends a signal. If you look down on the start-finish line, there's a box either side that's sending an invisible beam across that line, and as that transponder on the top of the craft crosses the line, it triggers that beam and sends information back to our control unit, and a bit along the lines of the what you see on Formula 1, etc. And we'll get all sorts of information from that. We'll get the driver name, how many laps they've done, where they are in the race, and as you'll have heard me quoting earlier, their lap times as well. So quite an important piece of kit. So that's our primary lap scoring system. Then we've got the group of manual lap scorers that are using the old-fashioned pen and paper on a proper lap chart, and then we have a third fail-safe system. If everything else fails, we've got somebody sitting there just writing down a list of numbers one after the other as the craft comes through, and then somebody who knows what they're doing can look at that list and actually reconstruct the race and work out who came where. As I explained earlier, we are beaming out live footage over the internet. So those of you around the world watching, I hope you enjoyed watching the racing so far. The weather is kinder today than it was yesterday, and we're looking forward to a dry day today. And if you do want to watch, if you're on site here and you do want to watch the live feed, you can go to the main Hover Club of Great Britain website. There's 2 ways of accessing it. You can do it through the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk, and there's a link there, but obviously all sorts of information about the club as a whole, because it's not just the racing, there's a cruising side as well. And if you want a direct link to the live output that we're doing here, that's at www.hover-racing.org. So that gives you the direct link. It's all free, you don't have to pay anything. And through that link as well, you can look back at previous race meetings. Also, there's calendar is fully accessible straight away. So if you want to go home tonight and watch a particular race or a particular incident that's happened, you can go home and jump on your iPad or your tablet or your computer or even your phone and watch the action that's gone on here today and yesterday. Now, with this, the fact that we've had 2 incidents now, that may impact on our programme. So I'll give you an update on the break as we get a bit closer to it. We've got the open race next. Well, that group hasn't been called forward yet by the looks of it, so I'm still waiting for information from our race director on that one. I go quiet for a moment, it's because I'm trying to enjoy an ice cream whilst we've got this quiet period. Well, it looks like we're getting some movement down there. The marshal's starting to move off. So it looks as though we might be getting the craft back to the paddock very shortly. No. Right, so as the juniors move back to the paddock, just need to wait and find out now what's the game plan is. Under normal circumstances, the next group would be called out, which is the open formula. And then we'd go into a rerun of the juniors. But I'll get an update from our race director, hopefully, on that one. I think there could be a discussion going on at the moment regarding that. Well, it looks like the craft are starting to come to the paddock exit now for this open race. Right, so this open formula race, open to all the main formulas, apart from the juniors and novices. So as the grid starts to form up, I'll run through the runners and riders and give you a brief overview of what formula craft they're running. This is where the lower formulas enjoy trying to pick up the craft in the formulas above them and try and beat them in the race. That does happen. Right, I've just had it confirmed. The junior race that was just red flagged will happen directly after this open race, and then we'll be hopefully going into a break, but we'll have a look at the timing of that once we've got the junior race out of the way. So the junior race will be run or rerun directly after this open race. Now, I'm going to try and get a quick update on Adam Turnbull, who was the driver involved in that, because his dad's down here in pole position on the grid. Right, I've just spoken to Dan Turnbull, father of Adam Turnbull, who was the driver involved in that red flag. Adam is fine, he'll be out in the rerun, and Dan Turnbull says he's just got to get it right this time. No problem. So, running through the grid, we have got number 68 Dan Turnbull in pole position in the Formula 2. Second spot we're still waiting for. Third is 106, Sarah Gill in the Formula 50. Completing the front row in fourth spot is 62 James Lindburn, also in the Formula 50. Then we've got second row, number 80, and I think that's John Wiggin in the Formula 50. Then Darren Clark, number 95, also in the Formula 50. And this time Chris Daly, I think, in number 94, also in Formula 50. Row 3, thank you, yes. Row 3, this time in 205, is Keith Smallwood. I think that's 136 Daniel Sweetman this time, and then 149 Nigel Walton. Both those running Formula 3s. Then we got 206 Rachel Gifford in a Formula 35. Then row 4, 127 Simon Francis in a Formula 2. Then 177 Andy Folland in a Formula 3. And I think that's 130. I think that's Jeff Sweetman in the Formula 3. And then 176 Ian Finch in the Formula 3. That completes that last row. Right, so 8 laps. We're on the 2-minute board. And we're 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Right, here we go, and as expected it's Dan Turnbull, number 68, there's Wayne Clear already, and then it's James Lindburn, 62 by a whisker in front of 106 Sarah Gill, then 95 Darren Clark, 80 John Wiggin, 94 Chris Daly, 136 I think it's Dan Sweetman, and then I've lost the rest of the numbers. Number 81 coming out as a late starter, that's Bernie Hook. We've got another late starter, Philip Tassel, 202 in a Formula 35. So, 1 lap gone. Away and clear. Number 68, Dan Turnbull in that Formula 2. Second spot, still James Lindburn, number 62. Then 106, Sarah Gill in third. Fourth, 95 Darren Clark, fifth John Wiggin, 80, then 94 Chris Daly, 127 Simon Francis, 136 Daniel Sweetman, then Andy Folland, 177, then 205 Keith Small, 130 Jeff Sweetman, 81 Bernie Hook, 149 Nigel Walton, 206 Rachel Gifford, 176 Ian Finch. And already they're coming round to complete lap 2, the leader going through. Well, it's all getting very busy on the water there. 127 Simon Francis just sneaking past John Wiggin there, number 80, and now looking to mount a challenge on Darren Clark, number 95, to go around the paddock turn. And that is for 4th position. 62 James Lindburn, just gone through. Number 62 there is in second. Third is still 106 Sarah Gill. Now 4th spot is 127 Simon Francis. Worked his way up through the field. Now up in the 4th. Right, I'm looking at the battle for third, and that is about to happen. Simon Francis, 127, round the paddock turn, is closing down on Sarah Gill in the green craft, red skirt, 106. She is currently in third, but Simon Francis, 127, looking at the outside line and skirts around the outside and takes that third place away from Sarah Gill, 106. Simon Francis, 127, has now got his sights on number 62, James Lindburn, who is currently in second and not far ahead of Simon Francis. The leader, meanwhile, has just gone through the line and is half a lap up on a good half a lap, I would say, up on the rest of the field. 4 laps completed now, so we're in the midpoint of the race. Round the paddock turn, Simon Francis, 127 now lining up. James Lindburn in that number 62 craft. Again, Simon Francis round the outside. Takes the outside line. He's got the power there to get round. There we go. Simon Francis, 127 up in the second spot now. But I think it's a big ask for him to catch the leader, because the leader around the paddock turn, number 68, Dan Turnbull, is half a lap up on Simon Francis now, 127. In fact, a good half a lap up. The leader just going into the chicane. Second spot, Simon Francis just dropping onto the water there. He's pulling away from 62, James Lindburn, who's now in third. Sarah Gill, 106 there in fourth spot, is within striking distance of James Lindburn in that number 62 craft, and as they run into traffic, that gap is closing down as they come round the paddock turn. Sarah Gill jumping up and down, trying to get that craft to go faster. So the leader's done 6 laps. That's Dan Turnbull, number 68, is coming down to drop onto the water very shortly. Still in amongst the traffic. He's approaching 4th place, 106, Sarah Gill, and she, well, I said 4th place, she's now moved up into 3rd. She's just passed James Lindburn, in 62. So as the leader goes through the line with 1 lap to go, the last lap board is now out. The only craft on the same lap at the moment is Simon Francis, 127, and I don't think that will change on this last lap. Simon Francis, 127 in second, is just about to drop onto the water. The leader not far behind, but I don't think he's going to catch Simon Francis to put him a lap down on this last third of the race, or third of the lap. No, he's not going to make it. So Dan Turnbull always trying to lap everybody in the same in the race, but not quite making it again. So 68 Dan Turnbull takes the win. Oh, James Lindburn didn't spot that. Got back past Sarah Gill, 106. So that's taken 4th in 106. Simon Francis, 127, will take 2nd. So let's look at the final positions. Now it's gone a little bit quiet. So the win goes to Dan Turnbull, number 68. Second goes to 127, Simon Francis. Third goes to 62, James Lindburn. Fourth goes to 106, Sarah Gill. Fifth goes to 80, John Wiggin. Sixth goes to 95, Darren Clark. Seventh goes to 94, Chris Daly. Eighth goes to 81, Bernie Hook. Ninth goes to 136, Daniel Sweetman. 10th goes to 130, Jeff Sweetman. 11th goes to 149, Nigel Walton. 12th goes to 205, Keith Smallwoods. 13th goes to 206, Rachel Gifford. 14th goes to 202, Philip Tassel. 15th goes to 177, Andy Folland. and 16th goes to 176 Ian Finch. So we're now into the rerun of this junior race. So as the juniors line up again, Adam Turnbull, who's involved in that incident, number 16 there, back out on the grid. A few words of wisdom from his dad, by the looks of it. Dan Turnbull, who's just won that Formula Open race and currently leading the Formula Ones. So pole sitter there, number 2, Callum Beale. Second spot, his sister, Abby Beale. Well, third spot still missing. I think. No, I'm not quite sure who that was. So second row, we've got 151 Kian Olner, then 165 Glenn Hutton in the white craft there, then 166 Cameron Dawson Rose. That completes the second row. Third row we've got 224 Noel Wilkinson, then number 6 Jake Shaw, and then number 15, and I still haven't got his name, it's one of the Bearwood College team, and then 176 Leah Clark completing that third row. 2 minutes away from the start. And we're now 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. Here we go, we're on the lights. And as they run it, Adam Turnbull cutting across, and just a bit of contact there with Abbey Bill number 3. But it is Callum Bill number 2 that goes into that chicane first, followed by Abbey Bill number 3, then 16 Adam Turnbull. Then it's Jake Shaw number 6 in full spot. Then Kian Olner 151, then 165 Dylan Hutton, then 176 Leah Clark. Then the Bearwood College car 15, then 224 Noel Wilkinson picking up the rear. So as they come round the paddock turn, it is Callum Bill number 2 that is currently leading, still being chased by Abbey Bill, his sister, in that number 3 craft. Adam Turnbull number 16 dropping back very slightly now in 3rd. 4th is Jake Shaw number 6. And 166 Cameron Dawson Rose with a problem on the water section there, and well, he's got the power but not a lot of speed, so that means the leaders are going to have to slow up just very slightly. No, they've managed to get through without any problems. Well, Callum Bill just easing away from his sister now, number 3, Abbey Bill, who's in 2nd spot. Adam Turnbull still in that 3rd spot, number 16. Then 6, Jake Shaw, still there in that 4th spot. In fact, not far behind Adam Turnbull. .176 Leah Clark and 151 Kian Olner fighting position as they go through the chicane section on the left hand side of the field there. Well, 3 laps gone. Well, the first 4 craft, first 4 positions getting fairly spread out now. Those 4 are quite a gap now to the 5th spot, which at the moment is Kian Olner 151. And then 176 just behind Leah Clark. So that is the battle for 5th. Four laps gone now. We're now midpoint in the race. Still Callum Bill number 2 leading, followed by number 3 Abbey Bill in 2nd. 3rd, just crossing the line, number 16, Adam Turnbull. Jake Shaw, who was closing the gap down to Adam, is dropping back now, but he's still in a solid 4th spot. So that battle that's going on between Kian Olner 151 and Leah Clark 176 is now about to be passed by the leader, number 2, Callum Bill. He's just holding station behind there. He's got enough of a lead on Abbey Bill to just make sure he gets through nice and smooth without any problems. He's just going into the chicane now. I think he's just going to slip in front of Leah Clark. And he does so. No, not quite. Well, he does so now. As they come out of the chicane, Callum Bill, number 2, passes Leah Clark, just having to drop in behind Kian Olner, 151. As they drop onto the water, that's allowing Abby Bill, number 3, to close up that gap. But of course now she's got to get past that battle as well. So 6 laps completed now. Callum Bill, number 2. Again, just making sure he gets through that traffic nice and clean. Abby Bill, number 3, is still there in second spot, not within striking distance, but Callum Bill just aware of where she is on the track, so he can judge his pace accordingly as he goes through the traffic, so he doesn't have to make any major moves which could compromise that first spot. Well, Adam Turnbull coming down the hill towards the water drop has popped a segment on that left hand side. Hopefully that's not going to cause him a problem. Right, the last lap board is now out. The leader's gone through. Callum Bill, number 2, on his last lap. Abby Bill just going through there in number 3 in second, in a solid second. And well, Adams popped 2 segments on that left hand side. Here we go, the run to the line. Callum Bill, number 2, takes the win. And second spot goes to Abby Bill, number 3. Third spot, crossing the line now, number 16, Adam Turnbull. And crossing the line in 4th spot, number 6, Jake Shaw. Right, run down the rest of the field. In 5th spot will be number 176, Leah Clark. 6th will go to 151, Kian Olner. 7th will go to 165, Dylan Huttons. 8th will go to 214, Niall Wilkinson. 9th will go to 15, William Harper. And 10th will go to 166, Cameron Dawson Rose. Right, the paddock will be opened up very shortly and there will be some rides going on. I'm just going to get an update hopefully fairly shortly on the restart time. Our programme shows 2:20. I suspect that may still be the case, but I will give you an update. No, I'm getting a shake of the head. No, there's an adjustment made to the restart time. Right, if you are going down into the paddock, just a few words of advice. If you're a smoker, can I ask you to please refrain from smoking whilst you're in the paddock area. It's strictly a no smoking zone and no e-cigarettes either. If you've got any small children with you, can you please make sure they don't clamour on the craft and watch out for those hot exhausts. They can be anywhere on the craft. The Formula 1s and 2s, they will be on the front. Right, okay, we're going 10 minutes down on programme. So that means the next race will start at 2:30. So you've got until 2:15 to have a look around. So what's that? 40 minutes. 40 minutes to have a look around in the paddock area. As I say, there will be some rides going on. So if you go down to the top car park, down the slope into the paddock, you'll probably find there's a queue there already of people waiting for rides. Obviously, if you're not going to go down to the paddock, the ice cream van is up here, or was up here. Oh no, he's gone. Oh no, ice cream van's gone. But the snack wagon is still up here, and that's doing food and hot and cold drinks. Right, so just to reiterate, we are restarting at 2:30, the actual start time. So 10-minute board will go up at 20 past 2, and our members of the public, you've got until 2:15 to have a wander around and have a look. Right, I'm going to go off air now and give my throat a rest, and I'll get back to you a little bit later. Right, I've just had a further update on the start time. We're going even 10 minutes later. So an update on the start time. We'll be starting the race, the next race at 2:40. So the 10-minute board will go up at 2:30. So you've now got until 25 past 2 to have a look around. So members of the public, you've got an extra 10 minutes to get down into the paddock and have a look around. And also importantly, the rides will be going on as well during that break. 1, 2, 3. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 25 past. So any members of the public that have come into the paddock area, you need to start finishing off now and making your way back to the public viewing area. The craft will be coming out onto the grid in about 5 minutes. Right, this is a final call for any members of the public that have come into the paddock area. Can you start making your way back to the public viewing area now, please, as the craft will be coming out onto the grid in the next couple of minutes, and we'll be getting the racing underway again. First race up will be the novice race, and that start time will be at 22. Right, there we go. The 10-minute board is now up. and the craft will be coming out into the grid in just a moment. So first race up is the novice race, open to any of the main formulas apart from Formula 1s. So novice drivers, quite a lot of them well into their 15 races that they have to do before they can qualify up. Some of them are completely new this weekend. So as they come out, we'll run through the runners and riders, and also give you a brief idea of what craft they're actually running. Right, the format of this race slightly different to the rest of the formulas. With the rest of the formulas, they'll be doing a straight 8 laps, whereas the novices will be doing 10 minutes of racing. At the end of the 10 minutes, they get the last lap board and they do 1 extra lap. So 10 minutes plus 1 lap for this race. Still waiting for the poles to come out. That should be Jess Lucas in a Formula 50 craft. Nathan Collins, 91, already there in a Formula 50. The black craft with the green trim. Dropping into full spot is number 216, Matt Gifford, the blue and orange craft there, and he's running a Formula 35. Second row just dropped in there, the orange and grey craft 179, Chris Gruber, and that is a Formula 3. Alongside is, gotta get this, try and get this right. Martin Locke, 157, just seen the driver. And 44, the all-white craft there, dropping into the second row. That's Martin Tommy in a Formula 50 craft. Dropping into the second row, Richard Wilkinson, 214, that's the Formula 35 craft. And dropping into the front row there, the dark red craft, number 120, that's Robert Sweetman in a Formula 3. And dropping into row 3 in the pink and white craft is Ree Black, number 110. And just dropping into pole position now, number 87, Jess Lucas, a former junior world champion. Let her license lapse and she's had to go through the whole requalification again. And coming into row 2 now, number 166, Barry Barnes. So 10 craft on the grid for this race. Don't forget, this is 10 minutes plus 1 lap. So a different format to the rest of the races, which are all a straight 8 laps. Right, 2 minutes away from the start now. Right, here we go, we're on the lights and we're away. And it's Jess Lucas, 87, that goes into the lead straight away, followed by 91, Nathan Collins, then 120. Robert Sweetman by a whisker, then it is Matt Gifford, 216, just dropping into fourth there as they go into the chicane. And we've got a late starter coming out, 151. Mark Olner and Ree Black, 110 is still stuck on the line. She's, I think she's another one that's re-qualifying. I think I'm right in saying she's a former junior champion. Oh, and a bit of a change on the water straight there. 120 Robert Sweetman moving past Nathan Collins, number 91 there. So Robert Sweetman 120 round the paddock turn is now in second spot. Nathan Collins 91 in third, and fourth spot is 216 Matt Gifford. So Jess Lucas going across the water there, number 87 in a comfortable lead now, just edging that gap bit by bit. And well, change of places again, which must have happened round the chicane and round that big tree. So it is now Nathan Collins 91 back up into second round the paddock turn, and third is now 216 Matt Gifford, and 120 Richard Robert Sweetman, who was up in second, is now back down to fourth as he comes round the paddock turn. Fifth is 166 Barry Barnes. So I think that's 3 laps gone. 3 minutes into the race. Jess Lucas, the leader, is doing about a minute per lap, just a tad over. Still there in second spot, just going over the rise up towards the chicane is Nathan Collins, number 91. Third, just crossing the line, is 216 Matt Gifford. And fourth coming across the line, 120 Robert Sweetman. Then Barry Barnes, 166. Looks as though Mark Olner, 151, has stopped on track round by the paddock turn. Oh, 166, Barry Barnes coming out of the water. Oh, there we go, it's the red flag. I was just about to say, he's took a bit of a funny line coming out of the water, and looks as though there's an incident which I can't see. It's just behind the tree. I'm going to get from my position, have a wander around and see who's involved in that. But the race has been red flagged. I suspect that's going to be a rerun. I'll get confirmation of that. Right, I'm still waiting on confirmation of whether that will be a rerun. I've just wandered around to see behind that bush. I've just had a bit of feedback regarding that transition coming out of the water, and Adam Turnbull came out of there in exactly the same spot earlier in the junior race, and it appears that as the craft come out and jump into the air, where they land, there's a bit of a dip started to appear, and if you get the craft nice and airborne, then it's not a problem. But for those that are lower, running lower cushion and a bit more lower to the ground, then potentially what they could happen is they're going to hit that dip, and that may be what's happened here. I think the craft involved is number 120 Robert Sweetman. I'm still waiting on confirmation whether that will be a rerun or not. Right, I've just had it confirmed there'll be no rerun on that race, so that race is complete. Because there was no set number of laps, it really came down to time, and I think the leader had just crossed the line at the 5-minute point. So that race, there'll be no rerun. So that result will stand as is. And unfortunately, I don't have a screen at the moment which tells me that result. So the next group, that looks as though it's already starting to form up at the paddock exit, and that's Formula 50. So called because it's designed for the Rotax 503 engine, which is 50 horsepower, twin cylinder air cooled, and in theory you run it as it comes out of the box. In its standard format. No special carburetors, no special exhausts. You're only allowed to use one fan. Oh, I've got some results popped up on my screen. Right, so the positions as they cross the line. First spot was 87 Jess Lucas. Second is 91 Nathan Collins. Third is 216 Matthew Gifford. Fourth is 120 Robert Sweetman. Fifth is 166 Barry Barnes. Sixth is 44 Martin Tommy. Seventh is 179 Chris Gruber. Eighth is 214 Richard Wilkinson. Ninth is 151 Mark Olner, and 10th is 157 Martin Locke. So that is the result as they cross the line prior to that red flag going out. So coming back to this Formula 50 grid, so single engine, single fan, Rotax 503, and you will see two different combinations of how they set the engine up, even visually from up here in the spectator viewing area. Some will run the engine low down the right way up and use a belt drive system, and others will run the engine higher up, upside down, and running through a small gearbox. So you'll see the engine more in the centre of the fan. Now, if you talk to various drivers, one will tell you one is better than the others, but I think you can probably work out as the grid starts to form out as to who's getting the better performance. Well, it looks as though that incident is clearing now. Medics getting their kit back into the back of the truck. That's always a good sign. And the craft is going onto the recovery trailer. Not quite sure where the driver is at the moment. So just to confirm, that race is complete. There will be no rerun. So no rerun. So we're now into the section races where it's a straight 8 laps. So no deviation from that now for the rest of the day. So pole sitter out first. That's number 52, Conrad Beale, dropping into the pole there. And dropping into third spot by the looks of it, that's number 74, Lee Willars. And just dropping in there now on that front row, number 106, Sarah Gill. Looks like there's still lots more queued up in the paddock, waiting to come out. Dropping into row 2, just into position now is James Lindburn, red and yellow craft, and the other red and yellow craft just dropping into row 3 is number 63, Doug Lindburn. So father and son combination there. Oh, no, he's been promoted alongside each other. Don't think James is happy about that. Son's complaining that the dad's alongside him on the grid. So dropping into the front row there and completing that front row is number 70, Matt Foster. The third row, the pink and white craft, that should be Hannah Deacon. Alongside in the yellow and grey craft is 95, Darren Clark. On row 4 is 77, Will Barnes, the green and orange craft there. Dropping into row 5 is number 94, Dominic Bowen. And dropping into row 3, that looks like Jeff Sweetman, number 130. And into row 5 is 111, John Cotton. I think into row 4, that could be 93, Sol Wiggin. And also coming into row 4, 99, Catherine Gifford. That looks like our grid complete at the moment. "14 craft on the grid, although number 81, that was out as 87 in the Norris race. the red and white craft, just by the paddock exit. That's also it's having a quick refuel, and that'll be Ricky Goosey coming out as number 81. So it looks as though he's going to drop into row 2. Or is it? No, it's Bernie Hook. It's Bernie Hook, not Ricky Goosey. So there we go, that's looks like our grid complete now. So don't forget this is 8 laps. Here we go, 2 minutes away from the start now, 2 minutes. Oh dear, problem with number 81 Bernie Hook. And we're on the 1 minute board. The race will not be held. Oh, there we go. It's fired up. And looks as though it's fired up, but the recoil starter has just ended up in Ricky Goosey's hands. So if that engine stops, there's no way of restarting it again. So that's a job for after the race. Here we go, we're on the lights. Oh, lots of creep in there. And they're being held, and we're away. Well, 52, Conrad Bill, as expected, off into the lead. He's now being chased by Matt Foster, number 70, then 74, Lee Willard, 106, Sarah Gill, then 81, I think, Bernie Hook, then 62, I think that's James Lindburn. I think it's 62, and then 63, Doug Lindburn, 112, Hannah Deacon, 130, Jess Sweetman, 95, Darren Clark, 92. Oh, we've gone red. We have gone red. And at the moment, I'm not sure where the incident is. It looks as though it's just the other side of the hedge. So those of you at the sports centre end, you will have a better view of what's happened than me. Let's see if I can have a wander along and see what's going on. Right, quite clearly that will be a rerun, so the next group will be brought forward. And that will be the Formula 3s and 35s. Well, by the looks of it, as they went off the line, that last group that were going through must have been a coming together of craft just that side of the hedge. Those numbers. Ooh, my signal's gone a bit weak. Looks like 77. Is that Will Barnes on the trailer? Well, there you go. I've just had a rerun on somebody's iPhone of that incident, and it looks like Will Barnes got caught on the side as they were running up a hill. That then shot him off a different direction into the hedge. So hopefully no major problems there. Well, Will Barnes' craft is coming back. Looks as though there may be another one there. Sounds like the next group are being called forward. So the Formula 3s will be coming out with the Formula 35s. Now the Formula 3s up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. They'll be coming out onto the grid first. And then the Formula 35s will line up behind them, and they run industrial 4-stroke engines, air-cooled, and they're only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower total on board. And well, that incident cleared now, and all the craft heading back to the paddock. So there will be a rerun. That will be directly after this next race. So with the Formula 3 craft coming out onto the grid, as I say, you can run 2-stroke or 4-stroke, 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke, but they're all running 2-strokes. Don't believe there's anybody running 4-strokes in Formula 3 at the moment. At all. They seem to have gone out of favour for some reason. So dropping into second spot there, the orange and black craft, number 136, Daniel Sweetman. Pole sitter just dropping in there in that number 1 spot, number 142, Phil Hall. Well, dropping into the second row, looks as though he's qualified. Luke Burke from Novices. Dropping into the front row there, number 149, Nigel Walton. Now, I'm not sure whether David Otter's going to make it out. He injured his ankle, twisted his ankle in the last race. If you remember the craft that stopped just past the finish line and the driver rolled out, well, he twisted his ankle, so I'm not sure that, unless they lift him in and out of the craft, I'm not sure he's going to make it out on the grid, which is a great shame because he was up there on the front row. That was number 171. Oh no, his craft is coming out, so I've obviously got him strapped up. Good job we're not having a Le Mans start. I don't think you do too well in that. So looking back at the Formula 35s, oh, we've got another one. We've got 6 Formula 35s now. Oh, I'm going to have to go and have a look, see who that is. There's an extra one turned up. Row 3 is 177, Andy Folland in the Formula 3s there. Oh, David Oster drops onto that front row there, 171. I've got 186 on the second row, and I don't have a name for that driver, so that's thrown me for the moment. Looking at the Formula 35 grid, we're on the hold board, so there's an issue somewhere. It's just delaying the start of this for a moment, so that allows me to talk about the Formula 35 grid. 201 Zoe Deacon is the pole sitter. Second spot is Tassel, 202. Third spot is 206. I was calling her Catherine earlier. I'm going to get into trouble. It's Rachel Gifford. And then completing that row is 205. And that this time is going to be Josh Daly. Second row we got 212. I think that's going to be Charlie Metcalf. I think it could be Keith Lovell, but I think it's Charlie Metcalf. And then I've got another number I'm not recognising at the moment. So I've got some rather dubious information here that I've been told that number 224 might be Mark Altman on the F-35 grid. Dubious information came from his wife. So we think 224 is Mark Altman. Now, he would have been out in the Formula 3 race in his own class. So I'm quite why he's switched to a Formula 35. I'm not quite sure at the moment. Right, there we go. We're on the 2-minute board proper now. Well, yes, I've just seen Mark Allman actually walk to the number 224. I can recognise the kit that he's wearing, so that is Mark Allman. So that particular craft being well used today. It's been out in the novices, it's been in the juniors, and now in this F-35 race. And 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And it's Phil Hall off first, but then side by side it's going to be David Otter 171 and Nigel Walton 149, then 136. Daniel Sweetman, who's moving up, possibly past Nigel Walton. That's the F3's gone off. The F35s are now coming through. 201, Zoe Deacon getting squeezed there by Josh Daly, 205, who's just forcing his way into the first position. That's allowed Philip Tassel, 202, to move up in a second, then Zoe Deacon in 202, then Rachel Gifford in 206. Right, back to the Formula 3s. It's 142, Phil Hall. Then 136, Daniel Sweetman by a whisker. David Otter 171, just dropping in the third spot there. Fourth is 149, Nigel Walton. Then 166 is Barry Barnes. Then 177, Andy Folland. 161, Luke Burke now has been caught by the F35s. And that is Josh Daly, that is just lining up behind Philip Tassel, trying to move through on the inside in number 202. Zoe Deacon's also now there alongside Philip Tassel, slight contact between the two, and that's allowed Rachel Gifford, 206, to take advantage. She's now alongside Zoe Deacon. And Rachel Gifford, 206. Squeezes through on the inside line past Zoe Deacon. That's for the F35s. 161, Luke Burke looks as though he's out of the race. Or is that 176? That might be 176. So the leader goes through the Formula 3s, 142, Phil Hall. He's pulling away nice and clear now. Second spot is still Daniel Sweetman, 136 there, just gone through. Then it's 171, David Otter being by Nigel Walton, 149. So that is the battle for third. Six going through is 186. Bob Beach. Formula 35 is now getting spread out. Josh Daly 205 is the leader, 202 Philip Tassel in second, 201 Zoe Deacon in third, fourth is 206 Rachel Gifford. Then we got 224 just coming past us now, Mark Allman. And then the leader of the Formula 3s comes through, 142 Phil Hall. Well, Daniel Sweeten 136 has been a relatively comfortable second, but that battle for third is still going on between David Otter 171 and 149 Nigel Walton as they go into the chicane section. I think they're potentially going to run into traffic soon, so that could all change. Right, the leader's gone through, 4 laps completed. So we're now midpoint in the race. And looking at this battle for third, David Otter has popped a segment on that front right corner. So that may have an impact when he drops onto the water section. For the Formula 35s, Josh Daly 205 the leader, Philip Tassel 202, then it is Zoe Deacon 201, then Rachel Gifford 206 as they run through the chicane there, but the Formula 3 leader is in amongst that group now, number 142 Phil Hall, so they will go a lap down in the overall race. Oh, David Otter's out of the craft. I just turned round and I'm not quite sure what happened, but David Otter is out. He's crawling because he twisted his ankle in the previous race, so he can't actually walk at the moment. He's sprained his ankle, so crawling out of the way. Not sure whether there was contact between himself and Nigel Walton, but David Otter is out the race, so that moves Nigel Walton up into third. Well, looking back for the Formula 35s, still very close, 205. Josh Daly still there in the lead with 202. Philip Tassel in second, Zoe Deacon 201 in third. And 206, Rachel Gifford in third. 6 laps gone, the leader, the Formula 3's just dropped onto the water, 142 Phil Hall. So the last lap board is out. The leader of the Formula 3s goes through, 142 Phil Hall up over the rise towards the chicane. Second spot is just crossing the water now, 136 Daniel Sweetman. And third for the Formula 3, just dropping on the water now, is Nigel Walton, 149. So the top 3 well spread out there. In fact, not that far behind Nigel Walton is the leader of Formula 3, number 142, Phil Hall. Formula 35s. Well, it all still very close, but the leader is still Josh Daly, 205. So Phil Hall takes the win, 142. The checkered flag is now out. So as the F35s cross the line, the winner of the Formula 35s will be Josh Daly, 205. Second is 202, Philip Tassel. Third goes to Zoe Deacon, 201. Fourth goes to Rachel Gifford, 206. So it'll be 212, just going past now Charlie Metcalf. For the Formula 3s, the second place is just coming round the paddock turn now. Number 136, Daniel Sweetman. Coming through third is 149, Nigel Walton. And it looks as though fourth will go to 186, Bob Beach. And 171, David Otter. So David Otter will pick up points. So we now come back to the rerun of the Formula 50 race. So running through the grid, pole sitter for the race, number 52 Conrad Beale, second spot number 70 Matt Foster, third spot 74 Lee Willars, and fourth spot on that front row 106 Sarah Gill. Looking at the second row now, number 81 Bernie Hook just dropping into position. I think he's going to be moved over a bit. He's trying to get the inside line to get some clean air, but I don't think the grid marshal will have any of that. So Bernie Hook having to move over into his proper grid slot. And alongside is number 63 Doug Lindburn, and then 62 James Lindburn. Third row is 112 Hannah Deacon in the pink and white craft. Then 95 Darren Clark in the yellow and grey, and then 130 Jeff Sweetman. That completes row 3. Row 4 is Rachel Gifford again in a Formula 50 craft, number 99. And then alongside, I think that's Solwig in number 93. And the driver involved in that red flag, I believe it was him, number 77 Will Barnes, drops into row 4, the red and green craft. And row 5, Dominic Bowen, number 94, and 111, John Cotton. And number 55, Michael Lambert coming out. And just looking to see where he's going to drop into. Oh, row 6. So looks as though we're going on to 2 minutes. Looks like the 2 minute board is coming up in just a moment. Right, that's 2 minutes away from the start. And we're 1 minute away from the start now. 1 minute. Go, we're away, and it's Conrad Bill 52, that's the leader, followed by 70 Matt Foster, 74 Lee Willars, 106 Sarah Gill, 81 Bernie Hook, then 62 James Lindburn, 112 Hannah Deacon, 63 Doug Lindburn, 77 Will Barnes, 99 Rachel Gifford, 95 Darren Clark, and then I've lost it, they've disappeared the other side of the hedge. Well, they all seem to have got in through the chicane clean this time. So, as they cross the line for the first lap, it is Conrad Bill 52, the leader. Second is 70 Matt Foster. Third is 74 Lee Willars. Fourth is 106 Sarah Gill. Then we've got 81 Bernie Hook, 62 James Lindburn, 112 Hannah Deacon, 77 Will Barnes, 63 Doug Lindburn, 95 Darren Clark, 130 Jeff Sweetman, 94 Dominic Bowen, 93 Sol Wiggins, Rachel Gifford, 99, 55 Michael Lambert, and then 111 John Cotton. Well, round the paddock turn, Matt Foster, number 70, is staying in touch with the leader, Conrad Bill 52. And looks like there's a four-way battle going on for that third spot at the moment. That group of four coming through is being led by Lee Willars, 74, 106 Sarah Gill, 81 Bernie Hook, and then just dropping back very slightly is 62 James Lindburn. We've lost number 99, Rachel Gifford. Probably about 100 yards after the start-finish line, she's pulled off to one side. Well, here are the two front runners. The gap staying about the same between Conrad Bill, the leader, 52, and Matt Foster in second spot there, number 70. Matt Foster's just put up his fastest lap with a 54.3, but the fastest lap of the race so far was by Conrad Bill on the previous lap with a 51.3. Right, as the leader drops onto the water, he's now catching the tail enders. 111, John Cotton now goes a lap down. So 4 laps gone now. The leader goes through. Still Conrad Bill, number 52. Still being chased by number 70, Matt Foster, who's still very much in touch. Not within striking distance, but traffic could potentially play a part. And looks as though we've got somebody stuck on the water just the other side of the bushes there. I can't quite see who it is. They've got themselves well and truly wedged in there by the looks of it. And that is 112, Hannah Deacon. So the craft's out, medics there, but the race continues. So 112, Hannah Deacon out of the race. Five laps completed now. Looking back to this battle for the third spot, well, it's all still there. The lead craft in that group is 74 Lee Willars, just coming across the line now, followed by 106 Sarah Gill, then 81 Bernie Hook, 62 James Lindburn, just dropping back very slightly now, so dropping out of contention, I think, for that third spot. Well, the lead craft, Conrad Bill, opened up the gap on that last lap by just over 4 seconds. So Conrad Bill getting the better run of the traffic, and he's opened up that gap to second place, Matt Foster, now in number 70. Well, Rachel Gifford, number 99, made it further around the track, but again has stopped at the side at the top of the field. So the last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. The leader goes through. Away and clear now. Number 52, Conrad Bill. Coming through in second, and a comfortable second is number 70, Matt Foster. Here comes third spot, 74 Lee Willard still, 106 Sarah Gill in fourth, dropping back now very slightly, and then we got Bernie Hook, 81, then 62 James Lindburn. James is in sixth spot. Then Will Barnes coming through in seventh. So there we go, the checkered flag is out and down. As Conrad Bill went through the line very close to the marshal with the checkered flag, but he takes the win. Second spot coming across the line now, Matt Foster, number 70. Oh, it could be a change for a full spot. Lee Willars is going to take third. Number 74, Bernie Hook, was looking all over the back of Sarah Gill there for that full spot, but Sarah Gill, 106, takes fourth. Fifth goes to 81, Bernie Hook, and sixth goes to James Lindburn, number 62. Seventh goes to 77, Will Barnes. Eighth crossing the line now is 63, Doug Lindburn. And it looks as though ninth has already gone through. That's 95, Darren Clark. 10th is 130, Jeff Sweetman. 11th is 55, Michael Lambert. 12th is 94, Dominic Bowen. 13th is 111, John Cotton. 14th is 93, Sol Wiggin. 15th is 112, Hannah Deacon. 16th, 99, Rachel Gifford. So that was the rerun of the red flag race earlier of this Formula 50. So we're now back onto our normal programme. So we're now up with the Formula 1s. So Formula 1 up next. Just a 3 craft. Unlimited horsepower. You're generally talking of 180 horsepower plus, possibly 200 for the thrust. And then the lift engine as well on top of that. And when they accelerate off the line, I would hazard. So it just gives you an idea of the initial run off the line. They will top out normally on a longer circuit on a straight line at about 80 mile an hour. Pole sitter for the race is number 1, Dan Turnbull. Dropping into second spot will be number 7, Darren Wallace. And already there in that third spot is number 6, Simon Larman. Well, just looking at the wind, there's a bit of a breeze now, which wasn't there earlier today. So the F1s are going to have to be a bit careful, because they do tend to put their rear end up in the air as they're going around the corners, and that could well catch them out if they're not careful. So we could see some flighty moments, shall we say, during this course, this race. And we're on 2 and hold. So there's obviously an issue somewhere. We're still dealing with that incident that involved Hannah Deakin 112 in that last race. So the medic's still in attendance there, although Hannah was being helped to the trailer. So I don't think there's anything major there. After this Formula 1 race, we got the Formula 2s, the juniors and the open race before we finish the day. And of course we're here again tomorrow to do the whole thing again. Practice starts at 9:30 tomorrow morning if you want to be up bright and early, but the first race is scheduled for 11:30. We'll be running through the same format as yesterday and today, and of course points accumulating over the weekend to get our podium top 3 for each formula at the end of the weekend, and of course those points then roll on for the whole season, for the season championship. Well, the medics seem to be making a move. That's always a good sign. And I think I see Hannah Deacon standing there and walking around, so that's a good sign. And Mum's there as well, Zoe Deacon, who you will recognise the name from Formula 35. Right, we've already gone on the 2. We're now on the 1 minute board, so 1 minute away from the start. This fast and furious race, only 3 runners. Let's see if Darren Wallace in number 7 can get the drop on the pole sitter of this race. The snap of that throttle in the opening moment is absolutely vital. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Oh, Darren Wallace is there. Darren Wallace got the snap of the throttle. There's contact between the two. Oh, Dan Turnbull getting the craft airborne and spun round. So there we go. Darren Wallace must have worked on that opening of that throttle and he snapped it open quick. The two of them got side by side, got a bit locked. Dan Turnbull now has got to play catch up. Now, can he catch the leader, which is now Darren Wallace, number 7, and mount a challenge? Dan Turnbull should be able to get past number 6, Simon Larman, without too many problems. There we go. He's already passed. Now, the chase is on. Oh, Dan Turnbull all over the place as he came out of the water. That's allowed Simon Larman, number 6, to retake the position. But no, Dan Turnbull retakes it again, back up in the second. So, let's have a look at the lap times. Next lap round, let's see what they're doing. Dan Turnbull, number 1, will want that number 1 spot at the end of this race. He will try hard to regain that first place from Darren Wallace, number 7. Right, as they come through the line, Darren Wallace does a 44.2. Dan Turnbull does a 44.2, so absolutely equal on that last lap. Simon Larman goes through with a 49.9. Oh, Darren Wallace getting the craft up on his side there as he came round the turn, just the air getting underneath. Dan Turnbull not quite so much, but still flicks that back end up. Right, let's look at the times again as they come through. 44.3 for Darren Wallace that time, just 0.1 of a second off the last lap. Dan Turnbull comes through with a 43.9, so Dan Turnbull has posted the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. So he closed the gap down by 0.4 of a second on that last lap to the leader. Three and a half laps gone now. Darren Wallace has responded. He's now posted the fastest lap with a 43.7. Dan Turnbull responds again with another fastest lap with a 43.2. So 0.5 of a second. Dan Turnbull closed that gap. They're both going for it. They're both posting fastest times each lap. Simon Larman, meanwhile, continues on in that third spot in number 6. Right, 5 laps gone now. Darren Wallace does a lap time of 44 seconds exactly. Dan Turnbull goes through with a 44.4. So Dan Turnbull losing 0.4 of a second on that last lap. Right, 6 laps completed. Darren Wallace goes through with a 43.5. That's his fastest lap of the race. Dan Turnbull goes through with a 43.6. So again, Dan Turnbull losing 0.1 of a second on that last lap. So he's not closing that gap down at all at the moment. Right, as the leader comes round the paddock turn, bit of a wide sweep there, just losing a bit of ground possibly. The last lap board is now up, 1 lap to go. He goes through with a 44.2. Dan Turnbull goes through with a 44.4, so Dan Turnbull again losing 0.2 of a second on that last lap. Round the paddock turn for the last time. The leader unexpectedly, and the winner of the race, number 7, Darren Wallace, beating the normally all-conquering number 1, Dan Turnbull, who has to settle for second spot this time. So that race was won on the line with the snap of the throttle to get away, and it was Darren Wallace. Well, he held his line and held his nerve as they went around that first turn. Number 6, Simon Larman, takes up that third spot. Right, next up is is Formula 2. Up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. Right, we could be in for another treat with this race. There's been some battles going on, which is now going to be increased in this race, hopefully. Number 89, Peter Symes-Thompson, dropping in there in third spot with running a 4-stroke for thrust. George Barnes, number 79, drops into second spot with a 2-stroke. And then dropping into position is number 68, Justin Baines. I am hoping that Simon Francis 127 is going to make it out, because he started from the back of the grid on the last race and was getting very close to the battle that was going on for that second spot between George Barnes and Peter Symes-Thompson. So he should be further up the grid this time. So I'm looking to see whether he's coming out. I can't see him at the moment. Second row is John Scriven, 100. Dropping into row 3, we've got number 94, Dominic Bowen. And also on row 3 is 111, John Cotton. And dropping into row 3, number 81, Ricky Goosey. We seem to be a few craft missing off of this grid. I'm looking for Jamie Lewington, 53. Simon Francis, 127. Well, it looks though Simon Francis, number 127, has got a problem with the lift engine. So it's not looking good for Simon Francis, 127, to make it onto the grid, which is a great shame. 2 minutes away from the start, just 2 minutes now. So 7 craft on the grid. We're quite a few craft missing off this grid now for this Formula 2 race. Right, here we go. 1 minute away from the start now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Well, that's a bit of a turn up. It is Peter Thompson, 89. That's around the tree at the top of the field there first, followed by Justin Bain, 68. Then George Barnes, 79. But he's been... Oh no, George Barnes pulled to one side. Ricky Goosey, number 81, is now in the third spot. So George Barnes, 79, with a problem. Fourth is 94, Dominic Bowen, then 100, John Scriven, then 111, John Cotton. So, the unexpected leader, I think, running the four-stroke is Peter Thompson, number 89. He's now being chased by 68, Justin Bain still. Third is 81, Ricky Goosey, but dropping back. Fourth is 100, John Scriven, just going into the chicane there. And he's being chased by 94, Dominic Bowen, then 111, John Cotton, bringing up the rear. Oh, just about to say it's all changed, but George Barnes, 79, back on track, but he is a lap down. And he's just in front of the leaders, but he is a lap down at least. Yes, he's a lap down. Now, Justin Baines has picked up the pace on the last lap. The leader, Peter Thompson, number 89, did a 53.4. Justin Baines did a 51.9 in that number 68 craft. So that battle for the lead is still on. Here we go. Peter Simon Thompson leaning all over the left-hand side of the craft, trying to keep that leading edge down. As he goes round, they both posted identical lap times on that last lap with a 51.5. So at the moment, they both share the fastest lap of the race. And as they cross the line now, 4 laps gone. The lap times. Justin Baines 0.1 of a second faster on that last lap, but John Cotton 111 gets in, comes into play there, and Justin Baines just having to hold station as they go into the chicane, and that's allowed Peter Simons Thompson to ease that gap very nicely in that number 89 class. So Justin Baines 68 getting caught out by the traffic there. He's got to play cash up. Well, George Barnes goes through number 79 a lap down, but he's on the same pace as the 2 front runners. Oh, he catches 94. So as they go through, right, the last lap, Peter Simons Thompson went through with a 51.7, Justin Baines with a 52.2. That's because he got caught up in that chicane on the last lap. So 5 laps gone now. Right, here's an interesting fact. George Barnes has posted, has he posted the fastest lap? Yeah, George Barnes actually has posted the fastest lap of the race. Which is why he's actually putting that way up by 2 for 2 on the second on the last lap. And Justin Baines closed that gap by 0.2 of a second on the last lap. Right, as they go through the line, Justin Baines dropping 0.3 of a second on that last lap, but still the fastest craft on the track is George Barnes, number 79 in 4th spot, but of course is a lap down. The last lap board is out, half a lap to go now. It's going to be a do or die on this last half a lap. 89, Peter Simons Thompson still holding on to that first spot. Justin Baines there tucked in behind. Now John Cotton 111. Is he going to come into play here as a back marker? He should get across the line first. Peter Simons Thompson, number 89, takes the win. Justin Baines 68 takes second spot. Justin closing the gap by 0.4 of a second on that last lap, but not enough to mount that challenge. Ricky Goosey, number 81, we're still waiting to come through. He will come through in 3rd. So Ricky Goosey, 81, takes third. Fourth goes to 79, George Barnes. Fifth goes to 100, John Scriven. Sixth goes to 84, Mario Grandinetti. And seventh goes to 111, John Cotton. So our next group up is the juniors. So juniors aged 11 to 16 years of age. And just as a general guideline, the specification for this formula is they're allowed to use the Formula 3 craft, Formula 35, and in certain circumstances they can use the Formula 50 craft as well. Right, 2 minutes away from the start of this junior race. Pole sitter for the race, number 2, Callum Beale. Second spot is Abby Beale, number 3. Third spot is Adam Turnbull, number 16. Fourth spot completing that front row is number 176, Leah Clark. She's in a borrowed craft. And you'll probably read notice it's David Otter's craft. She's got a problem with her own one. Second row is (151) Kian Olner in the black and red craft. Alongside is 165 Dylan Hutton, and then 166 Cameron Dawson Rose. That's the second row complete. Then the third row we've got 224 Noel Wilkinson. We're on the 1 minute board now. Alongside is number 6 Jake Shaw, and then number 15, and I think that was Matt Hodge. I could be wrong, but it could be Matt Hodge. We'll pick that up. It's a Bearwood College craft. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away, and it is going to be neck and neck between Callum Beale and Abby Beale, but it's Callum Beale that got the inside line, so Abby Beale dropping into second. Third is 16 Adam Turnbull, and up into fourth already is Jake Shaw, number 6. Wow, he moved up from the back row, so let's see if he can mount a challenge to those top 3. So as they come through the line, the leader is number 2, Callum Beale. Second is Abby Beale, number 3. Third is 16, Adam Turnbull. Then we've got a bit of a gap to 151. Kian Olner is just coming around the paddock turn now. He's being chased by 176, Leah Clark. Then we've got 165 Dylan Hutton, then 166 Cameron Dawson Rose, then 22, well that should be 224. Okay, 214 Noel Wilkinson, and then 15. And I don't have a number, my screen is giving me some really funny numbers and names here, so we'll wait for that to clear. 2 laps gone now. Callum Beale, number 2, just easing that lead now over his sister, number 3, Abby Beale. Third, Adam Turnbull is dropping back, but he's in a comfortable third. The battle is still on for that 4th spot, though, between 151 Kian Olner and 176 Leah Clark. Well, the battle for that 4th spot, Leah Clark, 176, has got past 151 Kian Olner around the through the chicane, round the tree at the top of the hill there. So Leah Clark, 176, up into 4th spot now. Oh dear, we got one craft got onto the water and then up onto the bank. I'm not sure who that is at the moment. It could be 166. And in fact, I think it is 166. He's being pulled up off the bank, onto the bank. He seems okay. That's Cameron Dawson Rose. So 4 laps completed now. Midpoint in the race. Still Callum Bill leading with Abby Bill, number 3 in second. Third just coming across the line now is still 16, Adam Turnbull. So Kean Olner, who is in 5th spot, has now just been passed by the leader, so he goes a lap down. Leah Clark in 176, the blue craft there is now being approached by the leader, number 2, Callum Bill, so she will go a lap down also, and she is currently in 4th. Well, 165 Dylan Hutton coming back on the trailer. Driver's okay, but his race is run. The leader goes through with 6 laps gone now. Callum Bill opening up that gap now very nicely to number 3, Abby Bill, as she goes up and over the rise and approaches the chicane there. Coming through the line, 3rd spot is number 16, still Adam Turnbull. So the last is now out. Already gone through, going through the lane, and it looks like number 4 is stopped up by 8. No, back and move. So here comes the leader. Through the line, the checkered flag is there. Number 2, Callum Bill takes the win. Coming through in 2nd spot, number 3, Abby Bill. Looking back for 3rd now. Ooh. Now what's happened there? I was going to say it should be Adam Turnbull. I think Leah Clark is a lap down. So Adam Turnbull, number 16, comes through in 3rd. With Leah Clark just behind in 4th, but a lap down. Fifth at the moment should be Kean Olner, number 151, just approaching the line now. And he comes through in 5th. 6th. Coming through the line now is 166, Cameron Dawson Rose. 7th, already returning back to the paddock, is 214 Niall Wilkinson. 8th will go to 15 William Harper, and 9th will go to 165 Dylan Hutton. So that's our juniors finish. One more race to go before we finish racing today, and that is the open race. So open to all the main formulas apart from the juniors and the novices. Right, we'll start running through the grid in a moment, and I'll give you an idea of who's in what formula. Second spot is 106 Sarah Gill, she's in Formula 50. 62 James Lindburn in third there, also in the Formula 15. Completing that front row in fourth spot is number 80 John Wiggin. Now the pole sitter is not there at the moment. Still waiting for the pole sitter. That should be Dan Turnbull, number 68, I believe. Second row, we've got 95, Darren Clark, also in the Formula 50. Then we got 94, Chris Daly, also in the Formula 50. Row 3, we have got 136, I think that is Daniel Sweetman. Then, he's in a Formula 3. And then Keith Smallwood in 205 in the Formula 35. Then Nigel Walton, 149 in the Formula 3. Then in row 4 we got our Formula 35 Rachel Gifford. And then another Formula 35, and I think that's going to be Philip Tassel, 202. And we've got another Formula 35 coming out, and that is let me just check, 224, I think Mark Allman. Well, the pole sitter missing for this race, and I'm sure that should be Dan Turnbull in number 68 in the Formula 2. So if he does turn up, he will forfeit his right on the grid to his group position. So Looks like we've got 11 craft on the grid for this final race of the day. One minute to go now. 1 minute away from the start. And we're away, and it looks as though it's going to be Sarah Gill. I think she's got the inside line, 106, but James Lindburn, 62, is still there in the hunt, and in fact he moves up in the first place as they go into the chicane. Sarah Gill, 106, having to drop to second. Third is 80, John Wigan, 95, Darren Clark, 94, Chris Daly, then 136, Daniel Sweetman, then 206, Rachel Gifford, and then we got 3 craft side by side. I think that's 149, Nigel Walton. Oh, Dan Turnbull's come out as a late starter, number 68. He's in the Formula 2, he's already working his way through the field. So, as they cross the line at the end of lap 1, it is 62 James Lindburn first, second is 106 Sarah Gill, third is John Wigan, 80, fourth is 95 Darren Clark, then we got Chris Daly, 94, then 68 Dan Turnbull, already up into 6th spot, and I think that's going to be 4th spot in a moment. After him is 136 Daniel Sweetman. Then 206, Rachel Gifford, 205, Keith Smallwood, 149, Nigel Walton, 202, Philip Tassel, and then 224, oh, that's Rupert Baker. Well, that's what it's saying. I'm not sure that's the case. I'll have a look at that driver as he comes past. No, it's not Rupert Baker. My screen is saying Rupert Baker, but quite clearly that's not, because he stood down there watching. And I think I see a craft in the catch netting. That I think is possibly Chris Daly, and I also see Nigel Walton, 149, stopped by the big tree at the top of the hill. And yeah, that is Chris Daly into the catch netting just before the drop onto the water. And we've gone red. So the race is stopped. Now I think that is going to be, I think it's 94 Chris Daly. I need to go around a little bit and have a look because it's just outside of my view. Yes, it is Chris Daly, number 94, that's involved in that red flag. Now, as far as I know, that's going to be a rerun, but whether that will happen today now is another matter. That may be held over tomorrow. I'll have to wait on a decision for that. Right, so I've just had to confirm what I already thought. It will be a rerun. Now, technically we do have enough time to do that today. It just depends now on the outcome of that that incident that's happened over there. That's with number 94 Chris Daly. So I'll wait for an update on the marshalling team as to what's going to happen now. Under normal circumstances, we would rerun this race after the next race, but quite clearly there's no next race now this afternoon. So it's a case of whether we hold it over till tomorrow morning. But we do have time this afternoon, so stay with us for the moment. The snack wagon's still open, so if you fancy something hot, since it's a bit turned a bit chillier this afternoon, they're still open doing hot food and hot drinks. I'm going to stick down there and find out what's going on with this. The grid marshals are walking back onto the grid. So that looks as though it may be a rerun very soon. Oh, there's a nod. We're going to get them back onto the grid, I think, fairly soon and do a rerun. So we've got time. That's a... Right, so here we go. We're going to get this lot back on the grid again and get this race rerun. Right, so once we got them up onto the grid and reset, it'll be a complete rerun, so a complete full 8 laps. So just a reminder, we're here again tomorrow for another full day, and practice starts same as today, 9:30, and the first race will be at 11:30, so that's tomorrow.
Are we closing?
So as the grid starts to form up again, we got back on the grid. We got 106 Sarah Grill there in second spot in the Formula 50. Third is 62 James Lindburn. Fourth is John Wiggin, number 80 in the Formula 50. The pole sitter not there again. Looks like he may be doing another start from the paddock. The pace of that craft is such that he usually laps everybody in the race anyway. Second row we got 95 Darren Clark in a Formula 50. Row 3 we've got 136 Daniel Sweetman in a Formula 50. Alongside is Keith Smallwood in a Formula 35. On row 4 we got Rachel Gifford in a Formula 35 in 206, and alongside I think that's 202 Philip Tassel in Formula 35, and then further back we've got 224 Mark Allman in a Formula 35. Well, it looks like we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly. Here we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. And just 1 minute now, 1 minute away from the start. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away, and it's James Lindburn that gets the run off the line first. Number 62. Sarah Gill dropping into second spot in 106, then 80 John Wiggin, 68 Dan Turnbull comes out as a late starter in that Formula 2, as does 149 Nigel Walton in the Formula 3 and 224 Mark Allman in the Formula 35. Well, Dan Turnbull squeezing his way through on the water section, moving his way up through about halfway through the field now. In fact, probably up into the top third. He's round the outside of Daniel Sweetman, 136 round the paddock turn, and past number 95, Darren Clark. So he's already up into fourth spot. Leader is still 62 James Lindburn, followed by 106 Sarah Gill. Third is 80 John Wiggin, although I think he's going to be passed very shortly by Dan Turnbull, number 68. There we go, in then 136 Daniel Sweetman. And then the run down to the water, I think that's 81 Bernie Hook. Then 205 Keith Smallwood, 202 Philip Tassel as they run down the hill, and then 206 Rachel Gifford. Turnbull up into second spot now. Sarah Gill, 106, dropping to third. Oh, Bernie Hook way at number 81 there, up on his side and all over the place, catching these. He's back on track, but he's lost some ground. And 62 James Lindburn has made a mess on the water, real mess of it, and he drops to third. The leader is now 68 Dan Turnbull as he crosses the line. Second is now 106 Sarah. As the leader comes round the paddock turn, number 68, Dan Turnbull, crosses the line. 4 laps completed now. We're now at the midpoint in the race. He's already lapped, I think, everybody on the... but he's on his way to try and lapping everybody. Second has just gone past 106, Sarah Gill. She's still on the same lap. As is James Limburn, who's just gone through in third spot, number 62. Well, number 80, I think that's John Wiggin. My screen is saying Andrew, but I think that's John Wiggin. Number 80 is currently in fourth spot. Five laps completed now. So Dan Turnbull goes across the line, 6 laps completed now. And Sarah Gill, who's in second spot, just crossing the water there in that green craft, 106. Oh, she's still on the same lap as the leader, as is James Limburn, number 62, who's just going around the paddock turn. But they are the only... no, John Wiggin is also on the same lap. Number 80, who's going around the paddock turn, but I think he'll be going a lap down fairly soon. The leader, number 68, Dan Turnbull, coming around the paddock turn now. So he moves up past John Wiggin in number 80. So just Sarah Gill, 106 and 62. James Limburn on the same lap. I'm not sure that's going to change. It might do. There's traffic as they drop onto the water. The water section. Oh, Rachel Gifford's stuck on the bank in 206 and the water there. So Dan Turnbull, number 68. Well, Sarah Gill and James Limburn still to come round to see the checkered flag, but I think they will automatically come in second and third. We'll wait for them to come through just to make sure. So, just to confirm, 106 Sarah Gill does come through in second. Third goes to number 62, James Limburn. James Limburn. Fourth, it goes to 80, Andrew Wiggin. Fifth goes to 95, Darren Clark. Sixth goes to 81. That says Ricky Goosey, but I think that was Bernie Hook. Seventh goes to 136, Daniel Sweetman. Eighth goes to 205, Keith Smallwood. Ninth goes to 202, Philip Mark Allman. 12th goes to 149, Nigel Walton. And 13th, 176, Ian Finch. Right, that is our racing finish for today. For those of you who've come along to watch, I really hope you enjoyed the racing today. And for those of you that brought along the lovely weather today that live locally, please confirm, the practice starts tomorrow at 9:30 with the novices. First race will be at 11:30. So thank you very much again for coming along to watch the racing, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. And for those of you watching on the internet, talking specifically to you now. I've signed off here on site, as you probably heard me say. The weather today has been, well, it was quite reasonable earlier, but it's glad to get back and get some warmer clothes on because it's turned a bit chilly this afternoon. And we're hoping for some reasonable weather tomorrow, although there might be some showers, I suspect. Anyway, for those of you on the internet, thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Practice time, 9:30. Hopefully we'll have all the coverage up and running at that time, and that will be at 11:30 UK time. Right, this is me, Barry Oakley, signing off now for the rest of the day, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Right, right, 1, 2, 3. I've lost to Jenny. Oh. Right, I've just realised that all those people flooding across the field, there is a fire alarm going off in the camping area. Now this is a drill exercise, and the location for people in the camping area should be on the grid. So anybody that is in the camping area, you should now be making your way to the grid area, as this is a fire test. So anybody in the camping area, can you please make your way to the grid area, as this is a fire alarm test. I've been told there is actually a proper fire in the camping area. I know there's been potential for a test, but it appears that there is actually a fire over there.